Hello everybody, welcome. We are going to be playing some PokéRouge today, and this is going to give me an opportunity to really break down the roguelike genre, introduce it in a easy to manage sort of watch, gameplay, what have you, and we'll just get started with a game that I've been playing a lot lately. I'll be able to sort of give my thoughts and opinions in real time on what this genre means to me and what I'm going to be breaking down in this next piece on the website. So without further ado, let me introduce PokéRouge. This is a fan-made game, unofficial, not licensed by the Pokemon Company, Nintendo, what have you. It is a web browser-based game, completely free, and I definitely want to give a shout out to the creators who have been supporting this game really non-stop since it's come out. As you can see, we have a event going on down at the bottom of the screen here. Just for it being spring. Happy spring, everybody. And it doubles our odds of finding a shiny Pokemon. So, without further ado, let's get into it. We'll start a new game. I've been doing a lot of classic runs lately, but you have a bunch of options to pick from. And here, I know this screen looks pretty busy, but this is just Pokemon that I've caught and can start a run with. The whole idea of PokéRouge is that you start with a sort of pre-crafted team or go in with just one or two Pokemon, catch what you can in the game and try to make it all the way to level 200. I don't want to spoil too much of the story for anybody who wants to play on their own, but just understand that I've been playing a lot of this, so I have a lot of unlocks and things like that. I've disabled all these sort of story cutscenes, so if you want to go in with a fresh look, you won't have any of the story really spoiled. It just won't make sense, sort of some of these trainers I'm fighting and things like that. But just consider them another battle. So what I've been doing, I've been trying to collect these ribbons. As you can see, some of my Pokemon have this sort of ribbon icon in the bottom left here, whereas some of them don't. If I've beaten the game with that Pokemon, they get a ribbon. So I've been trying to complete the game with every single starter that you can get. As you might see, like I can't start with a Charizard, but I could start with a Charmander. So all the different Pokemon evolution lines are sort of restricted down to their original forms. So we'll just go and sort by ribbon no, because I only really want to be playing with Pokemon who do not have a ribbon yet, meaning they haven't beaten the game. And we'll look for who's got the Pokemon virus. Pokemon virus or PokéRouge is just a sort of in this game a randomly selected few Pokemon will have this sort of purple border. That means that using them is beneficial for the day because all my other Pokemon will grow a little bit faster just by being in proximity to this one. So Doduo looks like the one who's up today. As you can see, I've got some egg moves unlocked over here on the left side. We can see the egg moves: Triple Axle, Hyper Drill, and Floaty Fall. These are just sort of special moves that I've unlocked just by playing the game, hatching Doduo eggs, things like that. So we'll be utilizing those just because sort of what I've been doing in order to attain my mission of completing all the ribbons for all the Pokemon is I'll just come in, I will manage the moves, and we'll pick all the moves I've unlocked up to this point. And we'll put a nature on that's sort of conducive to this playstyle. Right now I'm seeing that I don't really have any special attacking needs. So things that take away special attack, fine. Things that take away, or things that boost attack are going to be good. Things that boost speed are going to be good. Just scrolling through here, I think that I want to have this impish nature, which is my defense will grow a little bit faster, but my special attack will grow slower. Now, like I said, the special attack completely useless for this this build, so perfectly fine. We can manage the ability. We'll put Early Bird on because Runaway is for running away from encounters. I typically don't do that. And we'll put the Flying Terra type on for when we get there. Alright, so that's our first Pokemon. And we still have, as you can see at the bottom right here, 7 points of sort of team building left. So now we will do all the shiny Pokemon that have their passive abilities. So the passive abilities, again, another thing I've been grinding a lot lately. And they sort of give a unique sort of playstyle or edge to a otherwise regular Pokemon. So Pansage, I'm sure not everybody's favorite Pokemon, but I've got a shiny variation of it, and it has now the well-baked body ability. So anytime it gets hit by a fire attack, normally that'd be super effective against Pansage. I'm going to get a stat boost from it, so great that we just take one of the weaknesses and completely remove it. So let's manage the moves again. Earthquake, Fire Lash, Plain Ice and Sword Stance sounds good to start. We'll be looking for a grass move to get on a Pansage eventually. And again, I think we're going to be mainly an attacker, so let's up the speed and minus the special attack. That sounds great. 5 slots left. I think I'm going to get 2 of these Pokemon on. Let's try for Carablast and Shroodle, I'm thinking. Obstruct. We need to get Obstruct on here. We can work with that. And we'll manage the nature again. So all these sort of unlocks that I'm getting right now are just encounters I've done throughout. And when you start the game, you'll have a lot less than me. You'll just have starter Pokemon and none of these sort of cool egg moves or passive abilities or anything like that. And that's part of the fun, is unlocking all this stuff. Your run gets progressively easier to do as you have more options. And with more options comes more interesting ways to interact with the game. So. We've got this sort of quick draw ability. Now that I think about it, quick draw is going to act like a quick claw, meaning that sometimes even if I haven't earned the first turn of the thing, like if I'm the slower Pokemon, Carablast would still move first anyway. So let's actually see if we can't get something that boosts our attack. No, it doesn't look like we're going to have anything like that. I think at the cost of speed. Okay, we'll just keep it. Let's see if we can't get anything that boosts special attack on this one. And we'll try and run a sort of special variation of Shroodle since we've got 2 pretty intense physical attackers already sort of in the queue here. And we'll put Prankster on. Prankster's a fun, neat little ability where status moves will get priority, so they will go first no matter what. And Toxic is a status move, so we can instantly interject with a Toxic, and our passive Corrosion is really neat because it means we can poison any Pokemon regardless if it's immune. Steel types, poison types, typically immune to poison, but no longer. So we've got a bit of a menacing team here. 3 physical attackers, 1 special attacker. We'll be trying to fill out the slots with whatever we encounter that I don't have a ribbon for. So it's sort of the name of the game, and here we go. We will start and do our best to make it to level 200. And I will try and break down why I like this genre so much. So I'm just going to try and play in the background while I really talk about roguelikes. So don't feel too bad if you're not really catching up. I play this game at 5 times speed. It's really a lot of muscle memory for me, so don't feel too bad if you're not keeping up. Really just, I wanted to break down the roguelike genre and what it's all about. Basically, when people say roguelike or roguelite, what they're talking about are games where progress is not guaranteed. Right now, if I lose this game, I'd have to start back at level 1, right? Wave 1 again. So none of my progress here. If I lose, I white out and I start back at 1. Nothing is saved. And that sort of mentality is what this genre brings, right? It's added challenge because you have to do everything the game has to offer within one sitting, within one go. Sometimes there are checkpoints, things like that. Each game does it a little bit differently. But for the most part, any progress you make, you have a chance of losing it and starting all back at the beginning if you're not careful. So right there, you just saw I was not the faster Pokemon, but Quick Claw or Quick Draw let me move first anyway, which is super fun. So one of the interesting sort of things about the roguelike genre is that when you start out, you're probably not going to be very good at whatever the game has to offer, right? Whatever challenge the game is bringing, you probably won't be able to complete it the first time, right? So it's all about practicing. It's all about learning the different systems of the game. In the case of PokéRouge, I do have a lot of background knowledge because it's just Pokemon battles. So while the challenge of managing my team's health and things like that, making sure that I don't lose my entire team at any point in time, I do have to learn with that. I don't need to really learn how Pokemon battles work. As you can see, I'm sort of just flying through this and I have this muscle memory. So some of the games I'm looking to cover in this sort of roguelike series are going to be oh, nice. And as you can see, I'm going to be hatching eggs along the way. Eggs are just things that you get as you play. And sometimes they hatch into legendaries and mythicals. Other times they're just run-of-the-mill Pokemon. So we will take what we can get. But this is the first Meloetta I've ever gotten. So now I can start a run with Meloetta whenever I boot up the game. So that's how I get all the cool moves and things like that that you saw me start with. And I can see up here in the top left if I have or have not caught the Pokemon. So I do need to be looking out for 2 additions to my team. Typically, I look for the first things that don't sort of conflict with types that I've already gotten, right? So I already have 2 normal types, which I normally don't do. But I've got a bug type and a grass type. So we're going to try and get things that are outside the realm of that grouping so far. So I got a little off topic, but like I was saying, the games I'm looking to interact with for this roguelike series include here, PokéRouge. We're going to be looking at Enter the Gungeon, one of my personal favorites. TMNT, Splintered Fate, another roguelike that really is all about multiplayer interactions and things like that. A bit of a Hades sort of game, which I will not be covering specifically for this this playthrough, but I definitely recommend you check out Hades as well. And yeah, the final one that is a newer game to me, one that I've put maybe 30 minutes, an hour into, Sifu. So with that, the whole idea of that game is going to be watching my progression from a pretty bad player to someone who sort of mastered the systems and understands and can beat a run. So and as you can see in PokéRouge, every 10 levels is sort of broken down into a new biome. We're going to be seeing different types of Pokemon. At the end of each, the 10, the 20, the 30, 40, 50, etc. Levels, you will get a boss encounter of some kind. Sometimes it is a sort of stronger Pokemon. Other times it is a gym leader. We have all sorts of encounters in store for us. So kind of just go with the flow, and you'll encounter random trainers along the way. So you never know what the next sort of phase is going to going to introduce. And luckily I have some synergy here where my Doduo is a flying type, Pansage can use Earthquake and not hit anybody on my side of the field, only will hit the opponent's Pokemon, which is something you typically have to worry about with some of these spread moves that hit multiple targets. And we'll get Vine Whip here. So now he's got a grass move, albeit a weak one. So yeah, some more interesting things about the roguelike genre. There are sort of two varieties of them. There are games like this, which I would typically classify as a roguelite, and then there are games that are called roguelikes. So light versus like. Roguelites, like this one, there's something to carry over, right? Every run is not completely meaningless because I'm getting currencies, I'm getting different sort of increased interesting Pokemon, or there's something I take away from each run, whereas roguelikes, like Enter the Gungeon, nothing that I do there is going to impact future runs at all. I might be able to, you could argue that introducing new guns into the game gives it a little bit of a rogue light feel, but for the most part, anything I do there will not carry over into future runs, right? So the first run is just as difficult as the 50th run, just as difficult as the 100th. The game difficulty has not changed. The only thing that's changed is the player's skill. And I just got a egg voucher, so we make sure that we spend that right away at the gacha machines. I seem to have a lot of these saved up, so let's just spend them. I like to spend them on the ones with increased shiny odds. In addition to having the sort of alternate color palette of the Pokemon, different shiny odds will increase your luck stat, which basically says the things you're going to get in the store in between each level. So like you can see right here, when we defeat Zigzagoon on my right, my luck stat is a B. Depending on the number of shiny Pokemon that I have, that luck stat can raise or lower. If I have less shiny Pokemon, I'll be in the sort of D, C range. If I have more, the luck increases, and then the items that I get in the shop are better. So that's sort of a difficulty slider I set myself, depending on how many shiny Pokemon I want to start the run with. As you can see, I sort of incentivize having multiple shiny Pokemon at a time. While I'm perfectly capable of handling things at the lower luck ranks, I just find that it bypasses a little bit of the BS this game can sometimes have to offer, and instead just lets me go right into enjoying myself, and that's what games are all about, is having a good time. So that's what we're gonna do. There are certainly going to be other games in this series where I have a completely different outlook on sort of the experience and what I set for myself. Basically saying, oh, well, I haven't beaten it the true way, gotten the true ending, unless I set X, Y, and Z difficulty parameters. Exit the Gungeon's one of those games. So we'll see all sorts of different ways of playing in this series. Yeah, some of the fun for me is definitely that sort of fear of starting over, right? Every run needs to count. You need to be very calculated in your actions, your choices. Because there are no checkpoints, there's no safety net. And it really comes down to my skill with the game. One of my big issues with this, I kind of know sort of different level numbers that I'm looking out for. Like when the next big encounter we're going to have is at level 25, right? So I want to make sure my team's in a good spot there. But sometimes I'm a little too gung-ho, and I'll just run into a level that I know is going to be a problem, and I will not have done my due diligence, healed, or anything like that. can be a bit of a problem. Oh. So that Snorlax has a ability that makes it immune to poison. So even though my corrosion ability, I can poison all sorts of types of Pokemon, this Snorlax sort of directly counters that strategy. So you never know what you're going to find out here in the wild. Will we be able to beat this Snorlax, or is this just going to be it? All right. So I have a setting on right now where I can restart any battle from right there. Sort of avoids the permadeath of PokéRouge, but also if I can't beat an encounter, I'm going to be forced to sort of end the run right then and there. So it's sort of a safety net, just for sort of video watching purposes, making sure that I don't lose a run unnecessarily. But right here, what you'll see is that, right, so I got a completely different line now. By starting with Doduo, I'm getting a lot of flinches, and just like that, we're through. So there's always different options you can try. Sort of hindsight's 2020. If I just attacked with Doduo the first run, I would have been fine. The RNG for this game works sort of interesting, where if you do that restart at the beginning of the battle, it's the exact same seed. So all the random things are sort of already pre-rolled. You know, if I had done that fight again with Doduo, those first hits would have been a flinch again. That gamifies it a little bit. Sometimes you're trying to find that line right through the opponent's defense here, and sort of you can almost predict what the AI is going to do, and that leaves some really interesting battling options. Some might say I haven't done the pure, you know, PokéRouge roguelike experience because my mistakes each time, you know, I have a little bit of a safety net. But like I said, I'm trying to showcase this game and not really rely on the sometimes less than stellar luck the game will give us. So here's 25, our encounter with our rival. I've removed all the cutscenes so that we don't need to get any of those, and that way we will not spoil the story for anybody who wants to play this on their own, which I encourage everybody to do. And hopefully we can make a line through this without too much trouble. Alright, not a problem. We can get Doduo in. I think Doduo is going to be the unsung hero of this this run if I had to guess. But you never know. You never know what you're going to encounter. We do need to be looking out for our next two team members. Seen a few candidates, but nothing that I really wanted to write home about. So like right here, normally you wouldn't be able to poison a steel type or a poison type, and because of that corrosion ability, I'm able to do so. So that's going to be a really interesting sort of component of this run, is being able to use our cool abilities to our advantage. As you can see with the level cap right there, I think I want this Houndour. With the level, the red. Here, I'll show you right here. My Doduo's level is red. The rest of them are not red. That means Doduo has hit the level cap, so it will not get any experience until we hit the next sort of 10 levels. So we got to be careful of that. We want to maximize, make sure everybody's getting experience, but at the same time, we want to make sure we get through the waves. So we have up in the top left, you can see I have some experience charms and experience share items. Those distribute the EXP that we get from every encounter at the end. So it's not a complete waste to have someone at the level cap in front. We just need to make sure that everybody's getting their experience. Let's see what this Hound Hour's got going on here. Neutral nature, so special attack is higher than attack. So I think we want this Fire Blast here for Hound Hour. So 110 power, very powerful move, but only 85% accuracy. Hopefully that won't come back to bite us. But if we're going to be running special attack here, we don't need Howl, which increases regular attack. How the attack and special attack stats work is you'll see some attacks in the bottom left have that sort of orange power symbol, so that's physical attacks. You know, we're making direct contact with the opponent. Then you have right here, we've got this blue symbol in the bottom here with the sort of rippling waves. Those are special attacks. Typically do not involve direct contact, and that will use our special attack stat instead of our attack stat, which we can see here on this handy chart. So it's a lot of numbers. All the Pokemon have different stat values, and they have natures, which make different stat values grow at certain rates. All you really need to know is the game's doing some math behind the scenes to determine how much damage I do each attack. Alright, this is less than ideal. Let's see if we can't get out of this. Yeah, we're gonna have to work a different line through this one. Too many Pokemon of ours have fainted. So what we're gonna do is try putting Doduo in a different slot here. Let's see what we can do. Yep, they like attacking Doduo. Alright, they're gonna take Hound Hour out slightly after. Alright, an idea is forming. Alright, we're going to run this back. We're going to put Shroodle in this time, because Shroodle has that prankster ability, so any non-damaging attacks will go first, guaranteed. So what we're going to do is use this Parting Shot, which you can see it will lower a target's attack and special attack, which is going to be good. And we're going to attack this this Pikachu that keeps on attacking Doduo. Hopefully that was the right one. Nope, it was not the right one, in fact. So we'll run it back and hit the other one. Finish this up quick, and then it'll take us out. If we can get one of these Pikachus done, we've got a shot. And we just need Doduo to survive an attack for that to happen. Let's see if we can do it. Okay. That idea is not going to work either. We do seem to be in a bit of a pickle here. Alright, well, we can always try an emergency backup. Running from the fight. couldn't escape. Solid. Let's try swapping out. Nice. Ooh, we are in even more trouble than we were just in a moment ago. Yeah, we are in quite a bit of trouble here, actually. How are we going to get ourselves out of this one? Hopefully that toxic just eats away and... Not being damaged, that's something. I don't know how long that's going to last, but... Oh, we'll take a move that confuses the target. Might be our only way out of here. And we will take Slash as well to get some damage. Alright, got the Toxic. And this run is all sorts of cooked. Alright, and just like that, I have once again walked us into an unbeatable situation. So I think we're just going to have to get out of this run. Oops. Let me start my daily run here. Let's run it back. So you've seen a loss. Now let's see a win here. We're going to be a bit more careful. Luckily we can just use candies. Oh, we're one candy short. We could have had the special ability for Doduo as well, but we don't get that. Ribbon, no. Yes. Not shiny. All right. This time, for real. Luckily, we weren't very far in there. So we'll just go. I'll try and be a little less on autopilot this time. Just make sure that we're a little safer. But that's how quickly this game can sort of turn on you. You don't have enough health. You don't have enough... Even though my team at full health could probably have done both of those situations, no problem. The double Pikachus and the gym leader. Because we were so weakened, we missed that opportunity. So it's all a bunch of resource management. I lose just as much as I win. Sometimes in the later sessions you get yourself into a situation, you say, how did I get here? We'll just try and sort of speed back to where we were. And be on the lookout for any Pokemon that we can add to our team that can do a sort of unique role that we don't have on our team just yet. Alright, let's catch this Fido, because we do not have a Fairy type. This was a mistake I made on the last one. We didn't catch a Fido, we let it go. Alright. Plush special attack, interesting. I'm pretty sure this is a physical attacker, just by which stats are better on it. But let's see. We'll keep it around. We'll see what happens. And we can use Earthquake on this guy. We'll finish up with Doduo. So as you can see, I sort of put it all out on the field on the 10th, 20th, the multiples of 10 stages, because as you can hear by that sound, we heal in between those. So it doesn't super matter what happens on that final level of each set of 10, because if you can get through it, you get a fresh start. And as you can see on the top right, you can see if the Pokemon has items or not. Sometimes it's relevant, sometimes it's not. We have a bunch of normal types right now, so I think we're gonna skip this Lickitung here, even though I have not beaten the game with a Lickitung yet. We've got 2 normal types right now. I think that's a bit crowded. We don't really want too many of one type, because then you can get yourself into situations where you don't have the right coverage moves in order to get out of a situation. I think even though Mega Horn is more powerful, Leech Life is a super sort of fun ability because you get health back from it. And as you can see, health is a sort of a finite resource in this game, right? So I think we're going to hold off on learning over that move. And that's sort of the decision making that we're trying to make here in the what's going to get me through to the next stage. What choices can I make now that are going to benefit me later on, right? It's not just thinking about this moment in time. I'm thinking about, oh, can I get through level 30, 40, 50? What am I going to need to get through there, and trying to acquire those items. So we've hit the level cap at level 16. And we'll put an Eviolite on. That item will increase the defense of my Pokemon until I evolve them. So sort of a give and take, right? If I evolve them, they won't get the benefit, but they'll be a stronger type of Pokemon. So statuses are sort of some of the things we have to consider, right? I just got my Pansage paralyzed. And we have to be careful because that will progress throughout the run. I won't lose that status until I heal it up, and that can be very beneficial. My speed's lowered. I also have a chance of being fully paralyzed during a turn and not moving. So we have to be on the lookout for these sort of hazards and what they're going to mean for the rest of the run. Alright, more double battles. One of the very interesting parts of this is that, unlike the Pokemon games right now, everybody's here. All 1,020-something Pokemon are in this game. They're constantly making updates to it, so it's really nice in an era where, not all the Pokemon are in the game anymore. Yeah, only certain Pokemon are in certain games, right? It's really nice to be able to complete Pokédex and have that sort of complete Pokemon experience. Alright, so we're going to need to be conscientious of healing up after this, because we have pretty much depleted most of our team. So as long as we can get through this, we'll be okay. But we got to do that first. Yeah, this Carablast is interesting. It's got 2 healing moves, which will hopefully be really good down the line. Now they're effective there, so I went with the bug type move because Carablast is a bug type and you get a special boost for using moves that are the same type as your Pokemon. I'm always a sucker for the egg tickets here. Another damaging move. Can't hurt. Let's get Doduo back in the game. We'll hold off on Slash this time around. It was really interesting, right? We just had a run where Slash was almost a necessity, even though we didn't get through that situation. And here, I skip it entirely. Oops. Bit of a misclick, but I don't think it's going to matter. Let's get the poison off. Oh. Alright, nice. So we got a fairy type move for a fairy type Pokemon. That's what we want to be seeing. Alright. Let's get a potion for Pansage. Sometimes you'll encounter these sort of fun, interesting characters. They'll have something to say. This person really likes bug types, so we can show them bug types. We could battle them. We could give them bug-themed items. In this case, we'll just show the bug type. We got Carablast. We'll take our Great Balls and be on our way. And hopefully, we can get through this fight again. All right, a rematch against Iono here. Can we do any better this time? We'll see. So far, the answer is no. Alright, so we know that this Magnus wasn't big on attacking last time around, so maybe we can use that to our advantage. Oh, that's not good. We're going to get Pansage the heck out of there. Let's lean on Carablast for this fight. Let's see what happens. Alright, on an electric type, we can just do this. That should be good enough. Alright. Let's get the obstruction here. Lowers defense. Leech Life, get some health back. And get on out of here. Alright. So we are further than we were in that last run. I see I never actually started the timer, so let's just get that out of here. Don't need it. Alright, and 31, fresh start. Everybody's healed up, and we get to do it all again. Like I said, the goal is 200, so we will try and get there. Leech Seed, a great addition, but I think we're going to skip it for this moment in time. We'll get to the point where we can learn moves with a item and teach moves that we've forgotten or skipped over. That will be really great for some of these fights coming up, but for now we don't need it. Alright, so because of the taunt, I just have to sit here and use Acid Spray because you have to attack. And we'll just let the Toxic do its work. We'll finish up putting Carablast in. Again, we're looking for something without a ribbon in the top left to add to our team. Not sure who it's going to be. I've got a lot of ribbons, so you never know. All right, and the enemy team of this run is going to be Team Rocket, a classic. That switches up. Sometimes it will be Team Galactic, Team Yell, Team Magma, Aqua. That's one of the really fun parts about this game, is that it's sort of a love letter to all the different generations of Pokemon. Sort of mushing them all together, randomizing them up, and just seeing what happens. So that poison is going to do some residual damage each turn, which is going to be a problem. Let's see if the game will give us anything to do about it. Doesn't look like it. We're going to get Doduo out of there. Because the odds of like a heal, a full heal item, kind of a Lumberry, are better than a Revive. Just the way the game works. The better items show up less. Alright, so we got some Pokemon evolving. When they evolve, their stats change, usually for the better. I won't say always, but usually for the better. Oh, another one evolving. Put Doduo back in because it's level 40. Doesn't matter if we make it out with him or not, because he'll heal. Ooh, unfortunate. Unfortunate chain of events. Not a problem, though. Alright, and we are on to 41. Still looking for our Pokemon that we can bring into the fold here, put on our team. Oops, that was a lot of misclicks right in a row. They're going to try and get Floaty Fall back on Doduo soon, but for now, we'll just live with the mistake. That's another aspect of this whole sort of thing, is that mistakes matter. So if I'm not careful, then I will get punished for those errors. Right, one of the sort of foundational parts of roguelikes is that for every run, takes every action, good or bad, into account, and sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. So it's a fun move. Hits 3 times, and as it hits, it does more and more damage. Let's see if we can't make it through this. We'll put Dropek on just as a stand-in, even though the other move was better. It's a start. Ooh, jeez. We've got a Ultra Beast that I have never caught before at level 45, so we are going to do everything in our power to catch this Pokemon. We have quite a bit of Pokeballs to do it, so let's just let's give it a go. All right, easy peasy. New addition to the team. And while I hate breaking my rule of we'll have 2 poison types now, when it evolves, it becomes a poison dragon type, so it gives a little bit of team diversity. And it was a really cool Pokemon that we had never seen before, so. Welcome to the team. And we'll give the leftovers to Dodrio, who we've been using quite a bit. And that's not great. Let's get Pansage back just so it gets some passive experience here. It's another thing, you don't want to have any of your Pokemon be left too far behind because you might need them in a pinch. Right, so you want to make sure that they're all gaining levels, they're all leveling up, which they will do in the background even if they're not involved with the fight. So one of the really interesting things about the roguelike and roguelite genres is that there's a lot of replayability, right? No run is the same. It's just a skill that you pick up and, you know, kind of like riding a bike. Like, we're going to go back to Enter the Gungeon in this series, and I haven't played that too much lately, but you'll see that I sort of pick it up and I recall my muscle memory for that, and it's a really fun experience, I think, going back to something after you haven't been practicing so long, and seeing that you still have it, you still got the skills. Won't make that mistake and relearn over a move again. Alright, so we can see here that we've got the sort of grayed out Pokeball here on the left. That means there's something about this Poliwrath, whether it be nature or moo, or it's something special about it, maybe an ability. So we're going to try to catch this one if we can. We'll try our best not to kill it, but we'll poison it, see if that helps. It did not. It had a berry to heal that, and also was able to knock me out in the process. We can only throw Pokeballs at these boss encounters when they're on the last bar, so that's why I got it down to halfway instead of just chucking Pokeballs at it from the start. Alright, so it had an ability that we had not caught before, or sorry, a nature rather, the Modest Nature, so that's why it was grayed out. And we will we'll skip adding it to the team. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking we might want to replace Fido there, the Dash Bun, just because we have a lot of attackers already, and I don't think it's really going to be pulling its weight, all things considered. So we might be looking for I think a special attacker would be ideal. Of course, as I say that, we get this Houndstone, which would be an awesome attacking Pokemon, not a special attacker. So we have to be sort of considering all these different things. Just try an Earthquake, and we'll pass on the Houndstone for now. A lot of moves being learned, a lot of moves I'm skipping over. Leaf Stone evolves Pansage here. Would a Drifblim be helpful? We double up on flying type, so I would thrice break my rule. But we don't have a ghost type. And Drifblim is kind of cool. Let's try it. Nice. Ooh, and look at that special attack. Just what we wanted. It's kind of lacking in all the other stunts, but oh well. It just be like that sometimes. Alright, so we are at 55. We are fighting our rival again. And we'll just try and use Grafai to spread Toxics around, get out of there when it's not conducive anymore. Alright, nice defense drop. If we are faster, this Earthquake would be really good, but I'm not sure if we're going to be. We are. Stellar. I didn't really want to look up the stats and figure it out. Sometimes it's more fun to just take a risk and see what happens. What type of attacker are you going to be? Looks like special attack is stronger than the attack right now. Nasty Plot increases special attack, so maybe we give that a shot. Charcoal increases fire type damage. We'll give that to Carablast, who has a fire type move. A fire type move that heals based on the amount of damage done. So, as you can see, all these systems sort of interconnect and play off of each other. Oops. Probably reorder the moves. Usually like to do that around 100. Level 100 so that I can have all the moves in sort of my personal order. It's kind of a personal peeve of mine. But because the moves are always changing at the first like half of the game, I usually ignore it until like level 100. Alright, we are in a bit of a rock hard wall situation here, so we'll just put in some of the bit more favorable coverage. Dang, Dojo, you gotta figure it out here. You gotta land a few of these. Or just get carried to the end. Do you. There you go. Go work. In the 11th hour, Dodrio shows up. Alright. Definitely going to want to spread around that Toxic. So it's a super fun ability that I can poison types, because as you saw, the gym leader there just swapped in a Pokemon it thought would be immune to the poison, and lo and behold. Hopefully we can just get through the rest of this with Drill Peck and be on our way. We shall see. Will-O-Wisp, a burn there is going to reduce my health and also have my attack. So that's going to be something we don't want to be around too often. But I think Dodrio's still got enough fighting to get us through this. Yep. We are out, and we are going to be on our way, level 61. Let's go see if we can spend more of our egg tickets. My favorite pastime. Who do I want in for this one? Try for an Earthquake, I think. Part of me wants to acquire this Houndoom, because we have our Mega Bracelet, which means Mega Stones are in the rotation. So getting Pokemon that can Mega Evolve is perfect. Plus attack is good. Plus attack is good, I think. We should see if we can't. Let's see what we have here. Special attack is higher than attack, so we could still use this as a special attacker. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. I say farewell to Driftblim. Hello, Houndoom. Oh, nice. Galarian Moltres. So that, like I said, everything is in this game. If there has been a form of Pokemon introduced in the real stuff, it's here, which is really cool to see. All right, so we're going to have 62, 64, 66 are going to be rocket battles of increasing difficulty, so just got to be aware of that and on our toes. I think we're going to use this as a special attacker, so we don't want Poison Jab, a physical move. No, it has Levitate, so it's immune to ground type moves, so we'll just get Fire Lash and get out of here. Yep. See ya. Who do we want in here? I think Dodrio's got enough. Chunk Check's physical, we don't want that. We can try catching this Houndoom just to see if it's got a more interesting stat spread or something of note. Let's give it a go. I think we want it. Alright. So that's some of the sort of calculus of how we get through some of these fights is Toxic the Steel types because it's funny. Bringing forward sort of the best possible team you can bring because some of these fights are going to get real tough real quick. And Grafai is paralyzed, means it's going to probably go last, so we're going to definitely want to use a move that has priority with Toxic so we can get on out of there. So you know what, let's do Parting Shot on Magnezone because we're going to take out Arcanine with Dodrio. Why not? Oof. Now we really got to be thinking about healing and stuff like that. We don't want to be going into this next fight too injured. Dang, the Magnezone's going crazy with the Paralyze. All right. Okay, I think it's going to be very relevant to make sure that we get Dodrio back online. So I have this money accruing here in the top right, and you can spend it on items in the store in addition to this free pick of these ones that you can get every time. We have a lot of money right now, but as this gets progressively more difficult, our money is going to have a little less spending power. So accruing it now is not the worst idea. Let's try our luck with this next fight with what we got. Actually, now that I look at it, let's really not do that. Now let's try our luck. Being faster than an Electrode is kind of crazy, but we will take it. Nice, we get a special fire move, which is good. Alright, and we made it through the Ariana fight, no problem. Ooh, and we got a shiny Grimmsnarl, let's go. So there are 3 types of shinies in this game. There are the normal shinies, which are indicated by a little yellow, little twinkle next to their name. Then there's like an alternate shiny one, which is a blue twinkle, and then the rarest one is this red shiny with a red twinkle. So yeah, they definitely wanted to make sure that you got your value out of this game. So there are 3 layers of shiny hunting that you can do in this game. We will. Try and weaken and catch. Nice. All right. Man, we have a decision to make here. We have a real decision to make here. I think, because we want more shiny Pokemon on our team, that's going to increase our luck, which is good. I'm thinking it's time to say goodbye to Poyapol there, because even though Ultra Beasts are really cool, I want this Grimmsnarl here will be able to Dynamax. We get some Max Mushrooms. Houndoom will be able to Mega Evolve. We get the Stone. We don't want to get rid of any shiny Pokemon, and Dodrio's really been putting in work, so it's a little sad to say, but we will save Poyapol for a different run. But it was a really cool encounter. Let's see what moves it's got. Spirit Break. Alright, we like that. Fairy type moves are super effective against Dark, which is really good. So we get a super effective attack there. Fairy type was a newer type added in the 3DS games back in the day. And for me, it's really tough to remember what it's super effective against, what resists it, all that sort of stuff. All I know is it's really good against Dragon. Dragon does not affect it. And then all the other encounters you can kind of figure out as you go along. All right, so this is turning out to be a very interesting run. We've had a lot of options, seen a lot of really interesting encounters. The challenge has been there a little bit. We've gotten ourselves into and out of a few pickles so far, so that's good. We are looking for something like Dark Pulse or something for Houndoom there. Alright, the sheep took us out. The alligator's looking to do the same. It did, but we're no longer intimidated, so that should give us an attack boost. Alright, and sometimes it just be the random trainers along the way that give you the most trouble. Sometimes it is like that. Ooh, okay. Okay. I think we have to learn this move for Grimmsnarl here. Oh, we have to. We simply must. Nice. Body press. Who can learn body press here? Grimmsnarl. Does it have a high defense? Not really. This is an interesting move because you attack with your defense stat instead of your attack stat. Can turn a lot of defense Pokemon into some really intimidating offensive options, but we will not be seeing that this run. But you can see more of our buddy Dodrio just cleaning house. Alright. This Dodrio is going to be really good against Dragon types because of that triple axle ice move there. And with a Dragon flying type like Noivern or Rayquaza, we may or may not be having encounters coming up. 4 times damage. So that's... you cannot beat it. Let's see what it's going to do. Alright, it's going to explode. Luckily, we protected. I think we take the experience charm there. So that was another weird encounter where if you have a dancing move, this Oricorio just wants to join your team. You can skip the fight entirely and just sort of catch it automatically. So super fun that having different moves, different factors on your team will make some of those encounters go really easily. We are looking for a trade, a link cable item in the store here so that we can evolve that Carablast. I think that's what will evolve it in this game. In the regular Pokemon games, what you have to do is there's a specific Pokemon that you need to trade it with. But I don't know if they have that functionality in this or not. We'll see. What we can do in the meanwhile is transfer that Eviolite that's not doing anything for our evolved Pokemon now and put it on Carablast, who's unevolved. Alright, and we've got level 80 coming up here. It's going to be a boss fight. I think we're going to revive Simisage, spend a little money to do that, and just hope. Oh, didn't even matter. Random Pokemon encounter, not a fight. So we will bring in Houndoom, 4 times weakness to Flamethrower. Ooh! What is going on here? We just swapped out and it's now a... Does it have Imposter? Did they put that in the game? What is going on here? What is this run? I don't know what's real or not. We're just going to catch it, see what happens. It really likes using Amnesia, I guess. Okay, was it just, how did it... So it had its passive. Its passive is active in these boss fights. If its passive is Imposter, then I guess it could disguise itself as that Ferrothorn at the beginning. That's crazy. That's a brand new thing that the developers must have implemented recently, because I know Imposter had not worked for a long time in this game, so maybe it works now. So shout out to the developers for continuing to add support for this game long into its release. Oof. Not what you want to see. Alright, another Pokemon trainer to battle. Yes, in the settings you can set how quickly the game progresses. I've set it to 5 times speed, so that's why all the sounds and some of this stuff goes really quickly. But that's just because I was playing a lot of this game, getting good at it, and I wanted to sort of speed it along. So it does make for a little bit of a sort of stimulation overload, but for me, I'm sort of tuning out all the level ups and moves that don't do anything and stuff like that. Definitely should have gotten Simisage for the Seed Bomb, but we will live with that mistake. Got a little lucky at the end there, but I'd rather be lucky than good. Alright, let's fix our error and bring Simisage back this time around. Sometimes when you get this sort of trend where you just against a bunch of Pokemon that just want to use Self-Destruct or Explosion, it gets crazy. Because you have to deal with that damage each time, even though you're not doing any battling. Ooh, Relic Gold is a lot of money. We'll take that. We'll spend a few on Max Revives, get the team back and going. And then we will replenish our funds with this. So it's like it never happened. Alright, and just like that, everybody's back. I always just throw money at these Delibirds because they throw you back an Amulet Coin, which gives you more money. So it's a bit of an investment. Alright, and finally we can relearn the move we rode over all those rounds ago. Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna be good for Houndoom. Oh well. So an interesting thing with the rare candies, we got a little bit of a visual glitch here. Something's gone wrong, so we're just gonna do one of these and reset. Sometimes the fact that this is a fan game does show up. Doesn't have all the polish you're looking for, but usually a quick refresh does wonders. Excuse me. But the fact that there is really so much to this experience, that's just a web browser game. I'm playing on a sort of embedded app version, but honestly, just hats off to these folks. So as you can see, the level cap is at 74, but with rare candies, I can surpass it. So my Dodrio is at level 76, even though technically the level cap was 2 levels ago. There's a bit of a cheat code around that. Who do we have to deal with that? We have Grafia to paralyze, Carablast to use Fire Lash on. Let's sacrifice Grimmsnarl here so we can get Carablast in to do some damage. Okay, I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this, actually. Alright, Dodrio, let's see it. Ooh, that's not what you want to see. Alright, it looks like we gotta find a line on clay here. I think we just sit here and use Swords Dance. I think that's the play. Same deal here. That's fine. So now Carablast can finish up here, but it might switch. Let's try the Swords Dance. It didn't switch. We'll know that for next time. We know it switches here. Okay, so we can see some of this information sort of forming of... Let's just see if it does a switch here. Nope. Okay. Oh. Alright. We can get through this fight. No problem. No problem. So we know it's going to switch here to Excadrill. So let's get the triple axle here. One more. I was going to survive on one, died the sandstorm. Alright, and we know it stays in. Alright. So we got a little bit of progress. You know, it's going for dynamic punch here. So let's just get it out of here. Oh. Alright, the poison's not great, but it's doable. And we got rid of it with our Lumberry. That's good, actually. That's really good. We'll use Hyper Drill for big damage. We got aggressively medium damage. Oof. That's not good. Okay, a little bit of progress. And that's sort of the fun of this, for me at least. While it's not the super punishing, send you back to the start for a loss, sometimes you get in these situations where you got to find a line through this fight. I think it's definitely going to involve getting Dodrio to do a few sword stances to increase its attack stat. So let's try working around that. Let's switch into Grimmsnarl instantly. Because we know it at least survives. It didn't survive. Alright, this one might be a throwaway. Might be the play switching into Grafai from the beginning to get the Toxic off. But it does have the Lumberry, so that's unfortunate. Okay, bad line. So off the damage here, we know an Ice Spinner's coming in. Okay, so we just switch right then and there, which is good to know. Still don't really have an answer for this. I guess try it again. Yeah. Okay. We're learning. We're learning little, very slowly, but we are in fact learning. I do think we can get through this fight. Let's get this first Toxic off. Do we have another way to status it? Because it's going to use the berry each time. Maybe that's not the play. Yeah, just get us out of this one. Bad opener. And we'll get hit with the poison jab here, and that'll just be done. Yeah. Let's try Carablast here. Okay, so the problem here is that our Quick Claw ability is not activating, but we will know exactly what turns it activates on, because it's the same every time. So if it's going to happen on the second turn, it's always going to happen on the second turn, third turn, fourth turn, what have you. Alright, we're just going to quick reset here. Sometimes these are just quick reset when you know it's not going to work. Try a parting shot here into Dodrio. So waste the Earthquake. It's now, its stats are -1 each. Is that going to make a difference? I don't know. I mean, it lets us live 2. It's fine. We just wanted to get Carablast in front of it and hope for a speed upgrade here. Nope, didn't get it. This is at least a better position than we were in. Alright, well that's the first time we've knocked out Excadrill. So that's something. Unfortunately, we can't be hit by anything or we're going to lose. Well, we were hit by something. Yep, we were okay, progress. Progress. Can we replicate that, though? Alright, parting shot. Dodrio misses Earthquake. We should try swapping in Carablast there, because Carablast will resist Earthquake. Let's try the Swords Dance here. Maybe this is how we set up. Alright, we can only go for one of those, I think. Yeah, because we're going to die there. Alright. Let's try one Swords Dance. If not, we'll do swap to Carablast. So a lot of this right here, this sort of dance that we're going to do with the AI is kind of funny in my opinion, but it's effective. Okay, give me one Swords Dance. Still not enough. Not enough. And we die the next turn anyway. Okay. I wonder if we do it twice. No, he switches out. He doesn't like that. Doesn't like it twice. Maybe there's something here, maybe not. Really interesting that it refuses to stay in for that now. Okay, I think we can get out of this now. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's just doing all sorts of weird stuff now. It does not like the Grafai coming in again. Get out of that one. Keep Carablast's health up, we might have an opportunity here, but not at present. Don't know why I did that. It's got the Lumberry, it's just going to heal. I don't think it wins this 1v1 here. Especially if it does that. We gotta go for one more. Yeah. Tough. The pieces are here. It's just a matter of putting it together. So this is for sure correct. I think we get one triple axle, then bail. It sees this, and now it's going to switch to the other Pokemon. So I'll anticipate that and get it out of here. And we'll do the same thing. This time Carablast, maybe? And we don't get... we're unlucky, of course, and don't get a Quick Claw there. Because that's just the same. Maybe we swap it Dodrio second time. Maybe we get lucky on the Carablast coming around the second time. Who's to say? Yeah, just poison me right up, hit me with the poison jab. Let's get out of here. Let's just reset. Okay. A little farther in this sort of dance we're doing with the AI. Okay, first triple axle. Okay, doesn't like this, so it's gonna swap. Alright, lower the attack again. Dodrio again. Ooh, we may be able to get away with a... No, because it's going to outspeed me here. Let's see what it does. Okay, never mind. Had a thought. Not worth it. Do we get a... Of course not. If we had gotten a speed there, that would have been great, but... Technically, we can get a second attack drop there. I don't know if that's going to be meaningful or not. Problem is we're just using so many resources to get through that. And we leave nothing for these guys in the back. I really don't want to call it here. I think we can get through this. Let's see if this does. That's bigger damage, so maybe we do that and then swap. Do the strategy we just did. Except for now, some reason you die. Great. Yeah, that makes no sense. Alright, we gotta throw Sacrificing Grimmsnarl in there somewhere. We're looking for the turn where Carablast gets to outspeed. That's what we need now. Same whether Ice Sword stance or not, because it's just ×2. Sacrifice Grimmsnarl. Offsets everything by 1. You're gonna swap here. It's gonna use Earthquake here. I think it's going to stay in. think it's gonna stay in, so this is just damage at this point. Nope. Alright, red Excadrill. It's definitely, you know, it's staying in this time for sure. But we got damage. Alright, it's something. I think we gotta try for the Sword Stance, Obstruct, Leech Life option. Yeah, fuck it. Okay, that's something. There's something there. Use Dodrio a little bit better. Okay, no problem. All right. Definitely want to be using triple axle there, so that was a misplay. I just wanted to see what the damage would be look like. Okay, so it's gonna try for a Muddy Water here. Leech Life should be fine. Nope, it's going Uproar now. We should be able to heal enough of this off to... We could have gotten a Sword Stance there. That's going to be good to know. Oh, Giga Impact. Interesting. Oh my gosh. All the comes down to that, and we could have Sword Stance there. So I think there's a win. There's a win condition right there. Yeah, you can't Prankster Dark type Pokemon, so. Alright. Few more of these. We were right there. We just gotta remember that line. Okay, double triple axle here. Sacrifice Grimmsnarl. Rangrify, knock off twice, defeat Golurk. Parting Shot again. Dodrio. Triple Axle for more damage. One more time. Maybe we actually want to Hyper Drill there so that there's more health to absorb for Carablast here. I think we Sword Stance up. Now with the sword stance, we have a bit more health to play around with. All right, and he's looking to sucker punch. So let's not give him the opportunity. Sucker punch will attack me first if I try and attack him. If I don't try and attack him, it won't do that. It'll just fail. So I need to pick a turn where Crocodile here chooses Giga Impact to leech life. Because if I choose a turn where he sucker punches, I'm just done. And he has 4 left. I guess let's bait out. Let's see what turn 2 is for that. We know turn 1 is going to be a sucker punch in this line. So, and so is turn 2. You might very well just keep going for it. No, okay, turn 3. Turn 3 is where you do it. Good to know. And we can just lose and be done here. Alright, we wait for turn 3, use Leech Life, and we win. Okay, let's do this. This is the one. We just have to remember that entire sequence. No biggie. So this is some of the fun of this game in particular. I kind of find my own fun in doing this sort of dance with the AI versus having the punishment of just, oh, you lost, back to round 1 with you. I think it's sometimes fun to, when you're in a disadvantaged position, find a way to make it through. Okay, he's going to switch to Excadrill here. Gets hit with Triple Axle. Then he's going to switch to Clodsire. Get hit with Triple Axle again. No kill. Poison Jab. Switching Carablast. Get the Bitter Blade. Then we get a Swords Dance. Then we get a Leech Life. Then we sit for 2 turns. And I misclicked. Incredible. Incredible. That one's on me. That one's on me. Oops. Throwing for content. Like this wasn't long enough. You can't make this stuff up. Alright. Lock in, focus up. I think that's what's really cool about the randomness sort of being predetermined, is that you can make these lines through that will always work, and that they've got this level of consistency. But let's slow it down, get this right one more time. Here we go. Bitter Blade here. Swords Dance, next move. Okay. Leech Life. Another one. Okay. We've got 2 Sucker Punches to get through. Here it is. And I'm too slow, and we don't get it. We need to obstruct there. Shoot. I didn't... Shoot, shoot, shoot. Okay, we are not faster than Crocodile. That's going to be a problem. Now we need to bait out the... sort of quick draw ability. But we're right there. We're right there. Unfortunately, we just have to do that entire segment every single time just to gain a little bit more information. The rest of this run better be smooth sailing after this. Jeez. Let's try that, let's try the hyper skill strategy again. Just so that Carablast has a little bit more health going into this next segment. Okay, never mind. We're not doing that. We're not doing that, actually. It's a bad play. Yeah, we're going to lose health way too quickly doing this. And we're not going to survive the attack here yet. Nope. Run it back. You know what we can also try? We can try going for the flinch here. We wouldn't get it anyway. This might not be enough for Bitterblade to kill. Yeah. Yeah, no. Gotta do the triple axle play there. Alright, just trying things to make our lives a little, just a modicum easier, and it's game says no. Oh, I'm so stupid. That was wrong. We'll try this line anyway. Nope. Starting to lose the rhythm, but we will get it back right here. triple axle twice. Okay, Zac, Grimmsnarl. Fi comes in, swap out. Clodsire comes in. Parting Shot. Use Earthquake, I'm immune. Triple Axle on Excadrill. Run it back. Okay, no problem. Bitterblade gets us out of that one. Swords Dance. Leech Life and we're out. Okay. Two Swords Dance. Protect. And hope it's not a Sucker Punch. And we still didn't get it. Oh, it's locked into Thrash right now. I don't know if that's relevant or not, but... we can try for the double Obstruct. Hope our luck comes up good. And then if we get a Quick Claw turn, it's guaranteed to work. Ay. So much has to go right here. Don't swap out. Parting Shot. That's how we swap out. Is this the one? Alright, two Swords Dance. Obstruct. Of course it doesn't work. And now it's locked into Thrash. So we can do on that second play, swap in Grafai to tank the hit. And once it comes in, what would we want it to do? Special defense not gonna really matter. Maybe just go for knockoffs for damage when it comes in. Two knockoffs, and hopefully the Leech Life can take the rest. All right. It's right there. I'm hesitant to give up on this one. And it's right there. And we get a lot of cool interactions where, you know, we're utilizing the AI against it. I was trying to use moves that aren't going to be super effective or not effective at all. This little switch here where we abuse that switch knowing it's going to happen is fun. Getting some runway out of parting shot is good. Swords Dance here to get more health. Okay, Swords Dance. Swords Dance. One Obstruct. Swap in for Thrash. Knock off. Maybe this one. The confusion's good. Use the Sucker Punch. Alright, we gotta do it again because we need to Swords Dance on that turn. Anyway. How many? How many more? The confusion gives me hope though, because if we can get a Sucker Punch confusion, we can get anything that it hits itself will be just incredible and lead to the win. It's just everything in between at this point. Grimstorm's only purpose in this is just to tank one hit. Get Excadrill out of here. But it's been really interesting, you know, it's fun to watch the problem turn from, oh, Excadrill is the biggest problem. Now that's a given that we're going to get Excadrill out of here, and now Crocodile is the biggest problem. I wonder if there was ever a line with a Swords Dance thing there for Dodrio. Carablast. At least we know this one works. Okay, here we go. Swords Dance. Swords Dance. Obstruct. Swap in. Knock off. Get confused. Swords Dance. Okay, we gotta go for it. Oh my god, he guts it again! Oh, and I don't know if the sandstorm's gonna take us there. So we gotta do 2 swords dances there. And hope that it doesn't snap out on the next turn. Alright, we try this line, and if not, I think that will kind of close the door on this opportunity here. Man, how many opportunities for just anything to go right. I wonder what would happen if we just brought frickin' Simisage into this fight. We might have been alright. Alright, this is 11 each time, so we will live that sandstorm. If we can get 1 off, we get some more health back, and then we're back in the game with Leech Life here. 2 swords dance. Come on, game. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, we're free. Oh, we're out. Unless he's got a secret, another Pokemon. Oh, we did it. Let's go. Oh. And everybody's healed, and we're back in like nothing ever happened. Oh, Simisage, you've been. We haven't seen you in a little bit. Oh, boy. Alright, let's see if we can get through the rest of this without too much trouble. And this guy sells vitamins. You can take the cheap deal on the vitamins. Will change the types of your Pokemon, in addition to giving you some stat boosts. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy that that took that long. Who wants to learn Finish Shock? I think that's better than Acid Spray. Ground type move would be good here. All right, and 95, I had almost forgotten another one of these. I think we're faster. I remember being faster than last time. All right, fine damage to start. I'm perfectly fine with that. Bring in Houndoom, maybe get a switch out of it. Okay. Swords Dance on the switch. Triple Axle here for neutral damage. So far going better than the clay fight, dare I say. I mean, Hyper Drill is just the delete button for some of these Pokemon. Just so much damage, and then I'm also a normal type. Cool, and we're out. And now we have access to our Terra Orb, which does some fun stuff. So right here I can activate this this Terra type, and it'll make my Pokemon just that type, but give it a boost to those types of moves. So sort of an interesting little mechanic introduced in the most recent Pokemon game. So even the recent stuff is getting into this fan-made project. Let's do Focus Band on Grafai, because it was tanking a lot of hits. Ow. Cool. After that, I feel like I know these Pokemon so much better now. After that encounter, so knowing what they can't do, what sort of damage output they can expect, all that sort of stuff. Oh. Going for Horn Drill's crazy. That's a move that has 30% accuracy, but if it lands, it will automatically kill. So that is a it's crazy when the AI starts doing some of those Simisage back. Very high risk, high reward plays, because there's very little risk for them. They just do the move, you know. But for me, if I get hit with that, we're in trouble. Okay. Did not need to waste the money on getting Simisage back, but we did not know that in advance. We did not want another clay situation. Let's get Simisage in here, because all these Fire-type Pokemon are going to try and use Fire-type moves on him. And his ability just lets him take that. So, taking Simisage is widely considered a not great Pokemon, so giving it that well-baked body ability where it can just absorb Fire-type moves just like that, really brings it back to the realm of being a contender, and making. That's what this game really sought to do, is make all the Pokemon an interesting option in one way or another. Don't love. Let's just Swords Dance up. Let's see what it does. +1 now. Let's go +3 and be on our way. What's this? You encounter a blistering storm of smoke and ash. Let's use our fire resistant Pokemon. I've never seen this one. Nice. Item fanfare. Looks like that needs to be out of the text box and actually play the item fanfare. Never melt ice. Let's transfer that to Dodrio to improve the triple axle move. So for every fun interaction, you do find a little bit of a corner of the game that requires a little bit more polish, but for the most part, for a free game that you can boot up on any browser, who am I to complain? Linking cord, all right. Now we're in business. I think we'll go and very cool gold coloring with that shiny. Oh, and a shiny Rapidash. This is a really fun run. This is a really fun run. We're gonna get Simisage out of here because I don't want to use Earthquake with that Rapidash out. Just want to weaken it a little bit. Okay. Nice. Now now the real question. Do we want more luck, or do we want a Houndoom that might be able to Mega Evolve? I think we want that. Shiny Rapidash looks super cool, but we'll save that for another time. Dang, what a cool run. Clay fight, we took a little bit longer. I probably should have caught that because it has something I hadn't caught, but Clay fight was a little bit annoying, but we will live. What is going on with this run? Just a straight up Moltres. Let's try and catch it. Let's put in some Sage, because... Oh, Moltres knows. Moltres knew that one. It's smart enough to know. We might need to run this back with a... try and poison it. Get its health down a little bit lower. Right now I'm just seeing if I can catch it. Odds are not great, but let's just give it a go. And you get that Gen 1 remix. So cool. Alright, let's get a Toxic up. Okay, now the health will go down, making our odds of catching it better each turn. Up, and it's got a heal. Shoot. Okay. We don't want that. We want to catch this Moltres, and we're going to make it happen. We are going to make it happen. This is fine. Even that kills. Crazy. That was a mistake, but whatever. Sure. Defense drop, cool. Super cool. Better. Sure, Torment. Give me one more attack drop. Should be not very effective. Nice. Right where we want it. Nope. Okay, cool. We get some candies for catching any Pokemon, so because you don't encounter a lot of Moltres, you want to make sure you get every opportunity you can to catch legendaries. And we are on our way to 111. Oh boy. Trade an item. Who's got the Violet right now? Soldu. Nice. Okay. 112, 114, 115 are another level of another segment of rocket battles here. Just get damage here before we can get one of our heavy hitters in. Hopefully we can get some max mushrooms to get Grimmsnarl to be in its sort of true potential out here. Ooh, should have earthquaked. Won't make that mistake twice. All right, we're back to regular attack stat. 1 +2, then -1, -1. Alright, and we're out of that one. 2 more rocket fights to do. Let's just leave. Leave Dodrio to do what Dodrio does best. So that's a fun little item, a rarer candy, which levels up my entire team instead of just one Pokemon. Kind of funny. Ooh. All right. We want another. Let's get Escavalier to can do another setup. Maybe we get something here. Maybe we don't. Let's see. Hurricane. Not loving this, but we'll see what happens. Yeah. And this is where we want Dodrio for the ice type move there, but we'll just have to settle for some boosted dark type Houndoom here. Let's see how far we can take this. Oh, maybe it has neutralizing gas. That's why that toxic didn't work. That one worked. So hopefully we can either stall for time or finish up this Vile Plume here. Poison's going to be a problem here. Yeah, okay. We gotta do that one a little bit better. I think if we take Dodrio and not let it get hit by Hyper Beam, we'll be in a much better spot. Paralyze is not great. We're gonna get Dragonite in again. Yeah, let's just get as much damage as we can. However much that is. Somehow got the kill that time. Alright, good. I was hoping the strategy of get paralyzed didn't win the game for us. But Dodrio will wrap this up nice and neatly, I think. Could have used triple axle there for quadruple damage, but that's fine. And we just lost this Cavalier there. Oh, shoot. Okay, I think we're going to max revive here. Get the Dark Pulse for Houndoom. Alright, Giovanni time. At the beach. Fighting Giovanni at the beach. Swords Dance here, see what happens. Triple Axle. Let's try it again. Nope. It's got a triple move as well. Mega Kangaskhan is no joke. So hopefully we can get a Mega Pokemon of our own soon enough. Let's try Scavalier here. Swords Dance. Yeah, let's bait these sucker punches. Leech Life. No problem. Cool. Money or experience points? I think experience points is the way. It's not that much money in the grand scheme. So the good news is, because we didn't swap out Pokemon, we keep our attack boost from that fight. Which is super fun. Thunder Wave. Definitely. Give Grimmsnarl a little more utility. Oh sure, now Escavalier wants to do all the quick moves here. All of a sudden. A lot of choices here. Experience all I think is the way just to really drive in our odds of winning here. One more sword stance. Give me the obstruct. Okay, that was a misplay. We'll know better next time. Hopefully there isn't a next time, but. Okay, a bit of a false start here. We'll see if we can't bring it back. Paralyzed there. Get some switching damage here. Alright, we can do that fight better. Way better. Okay, let's do one sword stance instead of two. Much better. Keeps our health up. We get out of that. 84 is not terrible. I don't love the confusion. I don't love not going first either. But we'll live. Azural's coming in, Azumarill. So I was hoping for the burn there, but didn't get it. Just hoping for the burn. No burn. That's fine. Swaps to a thing that kills me. Alright, new information was obtained. Hopefully not bringing Dodrio along is not the worst thing. Alright. Alright, do we have a shot? Nope, no shot. Let's just get Simisage in now. It's always something. Always something. Let's reset. We need Simisage in this. We need Simisage with a sword stance is what we need. Okay. Using an obstruct to get the defense drop. Much better way out of that. Calm mind. I'm fine with that. Do it again. Didn't do it again. Okay. We defeat Pelipper with that. Of course we're out of that. Go for the obstruct. Let's see what we get. Defense drop. This Bitter Blade is going to do next to nothing, especially if I don't go first. And let's get our sword stance here. Yeah. Hopefully no Quick Claw here, and we can get the Seed Bomb. Yeah, okay. Okay. Little more luck going our way. It's just what we needed. Cool. Not too painful. So as you can see, the sort of biome that we're in changes, and as we go on, we've been in caves, we've been in the beach, now we're in an island, all sorts of different places, and that will determine what Pokemon you see there. We'll do some warehouse work with Grimmsnarl. This is going to reduce all the PP of the moves to 2, but we get some money for it. So, bit of a trade. Okay, we are going to take a little bit of a pause right here to fix our move order on everything, just to get it sort of the way that's going to be most useful for me to get through the rest of this. Limok. We want ground type move for that. There we go. That was a roundabout way to get there, but we did it. Perfect. Okay, everything's where it needs to be now. Just for maximum ability to get around. Alright. We'll try and catch this one. It's got something going on with it. New ability, or new nature. And +3 speed. Big nugget, big money. Ooh, this is an interesting NPC. So we can do this double battle, and in return, we might be able to swap a interesting ability onto one of our Pokemon, or we can get our Pokemon's type swapped or our items swapped. But we'll try and do the battle. Having the different type Pokemon is kind of fun, but you never know if it's going to be good or bad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Luckily, Dodrio has early bird, so it should wake up pretty quickly. Yep, just like that. Nice and awake. Misty Surge. I don't think I want that. Tough, but what are you going to do? They can't all be winners. Why did that not work? Why can't I poison that? Maybe because maybe there was still Misty Terrain, which makes priority moves not work. Doesn't matter, we're out. We are out of there. Ooh, big attack. Miss Kingdra's going insane. Oh my gosh. Okay. Answer to everything's usually Dodrio. Kilowattrel. Yep. So I definitely think this is a fun one to pick up. I have this on my desktop computer I'm currently playing on. I've got it on my phone. I've got it on my laptop that runs Linux. You can just download the APK or go to PokéRouge.net and get started. So there are a lot of ways to play. I usually don't do a full run at once. As you can tell, it takes a little bit of time. Usually I break it up into chunks of 10. Do a pack of 10 levels here when you can. But I can't deny it is fun to go from 0 to 200 and beat all levels in one sitting. Don't love the intimidation. We don't want to take too many casualties here because we have whatever's at 140 to get through. But we will do what we must. Should use Parting Shot. Cool. All right. I think we bring Dodrio, I think we bring Simisage, and we just see what happens here. Okay, another Kingdra. Incredible. Let's see what it's got. Dragon Pulse. Much nicer than Wave Crash. Okay, not too bad. So as you can see, wasting a little bit of resources to revive the Pokemon, but you never know what that encounter is going to be. That could be another gym leader, that could be a really easy to beat Kingdra like it was. Let's do Ice Cave, give Houndoom some action. Hopefully we can just click Flamethrower 10 times and be on our way. We're looking for a Houndoom Megastone as well. That will be awesome. Shiny Crabominable. Alright, we'll swap out, try and catch that. All right. Do we want to swap in Crabominable? I'm thinking no as well. I don't see it having more value than Dodrio or Houndoom at this point. Even though it's shiny. Let's see what it's got. Fire Blast. This might be a problem that we did not bring everybody into this fight. Another misplay, but we got Dodrio. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, I just want to scout, see what we can get away with here. Like a Swords Dance if we get Dodrio in there. Let's just Swords Dance up to 6 here. Too late. Yeah, +6. This should go well. And big reveal, shiny Rayquaza on the Rivals team. That's another fun thing about this game is that even though they have these boss bars in the segments, if you overflow enough damage, it will let you just take out those boss bars in one hit. Okay, so not a problem at all that we came in that a little underpowered because Dodrio is a champ. Really, that's all we get from this. Kind of wanted to see some Houndoom Megastones or Max Mushrooms or something there. We got 2 Pokemon that have an advanced form that we can get. For now, just we'll sweep with what we got. Alright, let's do it again. Be a little bit tougher with this Ice Rock combo, so let's... We brought Houndoom along, that should be enough. Let's just start paralyzing people so we can set up. Interesting. Just click Flamethrower and win. Is it just that easy? The Ice Cream Cone got a hit off. So did the Snowflake. I don't know if we got enough here. Okay. We need to come up with a plan. Though I think I know the plan. We still have our Terra type. That's gonna be the plan. Ooh, missing the toxic is crazy. We take it. So, if you want the real masochistic experience of PokéRouge, definitely turn off the retries. That's how I played probably to my like 3rd or 4th win. I played without the retries on, but after that, if you're just trying to get the ribbons and go from there, it really doesn't make a lick of difference if you do or don't. That's got a Lumberry, so we'll just go for damage. Nice. Probably gonna get a little bit of damage. Nope, nope, that was it. Cool. Found the line. Lines just win. How many Soul Dews can we put on Dodrio? What those do is increase the effectiveness of the Pokemon's nature. So normally the nature will improve a stat by 10% and lower a stat by 10%. But it will add an additional 10% for each Soul Dew on. So at this point, you can see Dodrio's special attack is way down, but its defense is way up. And having shiny Pokemon on your team, having the luck be in your favor, like now our luck is an A, helps immensely. So if you're struggling with this and looking to have the experience be a little less painful, try having some higher luck on your team with shinies that you find and stuff like that. Yeah, let's get a coverage electric move here. Sure. Arctazol, we can just fire. Flamethrower that. Come on. Mega Houndoom. We got matching outfits. I typically only do this middle one, which has a random legendary chance being higher, when I don't have that legendary. So that will explain why I'm skipping that so much. Oof. And that's not great. Luckily, we've got a million fire moves on this team. So we should be fine out here in the ice cave. Or we can just bring Houndoom back. I'm always greedy for the egg tickets. In my opinion, if you have the high luck stat, it lets you get away with getting a few more egg tickets along the way, which just improves your chances of winning the next run and the next run and so on. Because you have more interesting options to pick from. We're back in the forest, so we should have some bug and grass types. Dodrio's gonna eat this right up. No problem. And for anything Dodrio can't get, Houndoom can make it a little crispy. Nice. We're well on our way. We are within spitting distance of the end game. Just a little bit further. Let's get some defense. We don't know what's going to happen here. This is a fun little NPC. It's going to pick one of our Pokemon that we haven't used all that much, and that's the only Pokemon we're going to have access to. We're going to have to beat this trainer. If we do, we get a bunch of eggs. 3 rare eggs. Let's do Simisage because it's got a lot of coverage options. Swords dance up. Oh, and there you go. It gave us a defense boost because it didn't know we were immune to fire. We're not immune to ice though. Earthquake. I find for this one, it's better to have a lot of coverage options on the Pokemon you bring in, because this space breeder, trainer, astronaut person has a little bit of coverage option. Cool. That's great. Survives on the sturdy, hits us with the explosion. It did what it wanted to do, I suppose. And here comes Giovanni back for some more. I don't know how much use Houndoom's going to get, so I might as well just go for the burn here. Yeah. We'll get Grimmsnarl in here. Use a fairy type move, be on our way. It's probably going to swap. I'm afraid if it swaps with ground type for the Thunder Wave, so it's just... yeah. Okay, we got another Excadrill to worry about. This has never gone poorly for us. It's gonna... I don't know what it's gonna do here. Let's Sword Dance up, see what happens. Okay, that's what happens. Same deal. Okay, luckily Escavalier's got some healing. We've seen this encounter before. Okay, I think we're in business here. Not sure if anything can stop our roll here, but we'll find out, won't we? It's a little too much damage for my liking, but and we got Mewtwo here. Hopefully we get the outspeed, because Bug type will be super effective. We did get the outspeed. Nice. Yeah, so I mean, these trainers don't joke around here. Especially when you don't have a lot of different options. When you're just starting, this game is difficult, and it slowly becomes more reasonable as you explore, as you learn how the game works. And that's what the roguelike genre is all about, that interaction where you learn, you get better. And that's what it's all about. We could turn our Dodrio into a real glass cannon because its attack would go through the roof, but its defense would go down to the floor. I don't think that's worth it. Let's not mess with Dodrio. He's been doing well. Just stay the course. Hopefully this will be enough. Sucker for the egg vouchers. Another Ultra Beast. What a crazy set of encounters today. I don't even care. Don't even care. Get him out of here. Could have used Leech Life there too. I guess it didn't matter. So 170 is kind of the last reasonable round. We will be in the end game. 180 to 190 is the Elite Four. 190 to 200 I won't spoil. So we got to be thinking about that. But this wave here is pretty much business as usual. It's gonna be a bunch of regular encounters. Nothing super out of the ordinary. Sucks that we just got all that got that +4 just to lose it here, but we have an electric move now. All right, it's gotten rid of our electric move. Let's go for poison. Don't like having Dodrio in there with the -1 from Intimidate. This is not going well. Ooh, a Reviver Seed will, if my Pokemon faints, it'll come back as if I just use a Revive on it, so with half health. Yes, here we go. Just off of a random Wigglytuff had it. Alright, Mega Houndoom. Unlike in the mainline games, this Mega Evolution will just stick around ad nauseum. It will never go away. And I can turn it off, I can turn it on if I want. Ooh, we are going to... we'll steal that, but we do not want that. Shoot, do we have to use it? Shoot. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that at all. The DNA splicers make some ungodly creations. If you ever played Pokemon Fusion, another fan game where you can combine like all the Pokemon, it does that. And it's... unfortunately, it doesn't have the custom artwork that that game has. So it just kind of combines stat pools, messes up with colors and stuff. It's... You can ruin a run if you combine the wrong Pokemon there. Okay, let's use 2 Hammer Arms. I think we can set up here. I was right. Sketch. I thought it was going to transform. That's why I used Triple Axle in case it was faster. All right. Let's get out of here. Let's do planes. All right. So we are in Elite Four territory right now. 182, 84, 86, and 88 will be Elite Four. 190 will be a champion. It's going to be the black and white Elite Four because we've been playing the Gen 5 gym leaders. Yeah, we don't have a ghost type, so Curse here. We love to bring Curse in for level 200, but only when it's on a ghost type. Interesting. This is the Kanto Elite Four, so I'm not sure why we're getting them. Typically, you get the ones of the gym leaders you've been fighting. Maybe they're mixing it up. Got an ice type move coming in. I don't really want to lose Dodrio right away. I don't really want to Terra out of it using the normal type here. Let's just start poisoning everything. Okay, interesting. This right here is what we've been saving up all our money for, so we will be spending it in between. Hopefully this hasn't been too tough to follow what's going on. I know the times 5 speed is a little much. It's taken me quite a while to get used to it. I increased little by little. First I was like, oh, times 1 isn't fast enough. Oh, times 2 isn't fast enough. And I'd go faster if the game would let me at this point. But caps out at times 5. So if I ever have 4 Pokemon faint, we'll get this, the Sacred Ash, to get all 4. But otherwise, it's more cost effective to just get 3 max revives. Okay, we're going to try and get a Ether on Leech Life here. If this is the Kanto Elite Four, then Bruno should be next. Okay. Ooh, that's not great. Let's obstruct for the defense drop. Nope, didn't attack us. Didn't attack us with a physical move. Heat Wave is a special type move. We'll try the same thing here. And that will not be enough. Especially if you Terra into fighting. We should just have a free hit floaty fall and win. That's why it's so important to have type diversity in these PokéRouge runs. There are a bunch of challenge runs you can do of this game, like built into the game, and one of them is where you can only catch one type. I have not done any of the challenge runs. I think I'll do that after I'm done with getting all the ribbons, stuff like that. Yeah, but that's gonna be insane if you come up against a Elite Four member or a gym leader that just completely counters your entire team. We did lose the revive seed in that fight, which is unfortunate, but what can you do? You gotta use it sometime. Ooh. None of that. Okay. 3 down with 1 Pokemon, not terrible. I'll get Grafaian to clean up with setting up Houndoom. Okay, that did not go as I'd intended. Not a problem. We can save this. Trying to be fancy with it. Should have just stuck to the guns. Oh, okay. We might need to give this one another go. Might being the operative word. We might be able to get out of here. Depends on what's here in the back. No, we got this. Oh, we got this. And now we get to buy a Sacred Ash. Alright, everybody's healed. Amulet coin, not really worth having at this point because all the money, we've made all the money we're going to make at this point. You really want the amulet coins early on. I already have this. Heal up. All right. Now we'll Terra on this one. If we get a Sword Stance off. Yeah. Cool. Now I think we just win here. Triple Axle is going to be a little too intense for this team. Or we could miss it all, right? Don't love that. Don't really have a good option for this. We'll just go Seed Bomb and Speed tie, interesting. Damn it. Alright, run it back. Do we still have someone in the game? Never mind. I don't think we get three Pokemon out of Grafaiai here, though. Okay. Oh, Focus Sash. Cool. Alright, run it back, but better. If it's going to, we know we missed the first triple axle. If it's going to Terra Dragon, let's just go Hyper Drill and be done with it. Okay, that puts us on a new turn order, so some of the stuff we saw last time will happen a little bit differently this time. Hopefully we can just keep landing these triple axles, and that should make our life way easier this time around. Definitely an error coming into this fight without any floaty falls, but doesn't really matter because we got through. Still no max mushrooms, which is a little unfortunate. Everybody's healed. Hyper Potion and Elixir for Dodrio. Alright. Now we get to face blue. Psychic is going to be a problem here. I think we anticipate a Psychic type move coming in. But it could also be an Electric type move. Let's try swapping a Grimmsnarl to eat a Psychic. Ice Beam. Interesting. Let's just start Thunder Waving. Get some Sage in to eat the fire move. Yep. Cool. Swords Dance on the switch. I don't like seeing a Ho-Oh here. That's gonna use. It knows I can't. It knows I have fire immunity, so it's gonna use a flying type move. But I don't know what that gets me, so I think we just start attacking. Fire Lash is our best option here, even though it's not very great. Getting the defense drops is good. Especially if it's going to keep using Sky Attack. Okay. Don't love that. But it does mean we should be able to get a Swords Dance up on Dodrio. Use Ice Beam last time. Let's Terra out of that. Make a Pidgeot. Triple Axle. shoot, I meant to knock off there. But this will be good enough. Hopefully. Getting stuck in an outrage here is not good for Arcanine, so we'll just abuse that. Get some health back. Hopefully we can bring a Scavalier to the end here. Or trade for, oh well. That might have been good to swap on. What do we got? I think going for the Toxic. Nope, I should have 100% gone for the Venoshock. Oh, we could have been out. Let's see if we can't do this a little bit better than last time. -3 defense. I think it'll stay in if I let it. If you put something that it's weak to, it would probably get the heck out of there. But I think it'll sit here on this. Nope. Shoot. Should have been triple axle. Nice flinch. By the skin of our teeth, we're through. All right. And now we get to play against a bunch of Paradox Pokemon for the last 10. Certain Pokemon you can catch here. If you've already encountered them or have them in your Pokedex, you can try and catch them. If not, an unseen force will prevent you from using Pokeballs. So don't feel too bad if you can't catch these folks on your first or second runs through. All right, and 195 is going to be another intense battle, so I'm going to make sure that we are in a good spot. don't like that trade, but we'll see. Yeah, Corviknight got a little too much value there. See, bait in the fire attack here. Nice burn. Half the damage for a single turn, we'll take it. I think we're gonna have to just rethink this whole fight, because the whole point is to get Dodrio in front of this, the ace of this team. There's the ace of this team. You do that, but it's got a Lumberry, because Lumberry is supposed to heal its confusion. Whew. That's big damage. It's gonna use V-Create. We can make it only times 2 effective by tearing out of it. Let's see what we get. Yeah, it didn't matter. Didn't matter. Still lose. All right. Let's use Triple Axle immediately, not Swords Dance up in front of Corviknight. It's going to use Sky Uppercut here. Grimmsnarl in. Neutral damage, Thunder Wave something. Do it again. Doesn't matter with Grafai and start poisoning stuff. This is gonna be swap. I'm not sure about this move. Yeah. Probably wasn't the best move. Okay, I'm liking this a little bit better, but still could be improved. I like that a lot better, though. Not a problem, hopefully. Slight problem. Slight problem. We gotta have a little more value going into the Rayquaza part of this. Hopefully this doesn't take us as long as the clay fight to figure out. Let's just swap in, knowing the switch is about to happen. Yeah, better. Maybe not Grimmsnarl on the next try. We'll try a different one. We'll try Houndoom going in first thing. Yeah, no, I don't like that. Don't like that. I like the Escavalier against the Corviknight because it doesn't know about the fire type move it has. Just get our defense drops. Going nowhere fast on this one. We just keep going around and around until something breaks. I wonder if it sees a kill now, or is it gonna still switch? Still switch. Ooh, stays in. If you're gonna stay in, I'm gonna take that. What I really need to do is get either Rayquaza to use Outrage so it confuses itself, get rid of that Lumberry, or poison it twice. And I don't care. Let's get our main source of damage in. It's fine. I want something that's it's not going to feel threatened and switch out, and I want this defense drop to stick around. Did we get it here? Nope. Pick up Como-O. Forges is going to be a problem. Anticipate the switch. What do we pick up? Shuckle. I'm fine with Poisoning Shackle. Parting Shot, let's set up something interesting here. Nasty Plot Houndoom. I don't have Nasty Plot on this. Flamethrower, see what happens. Shuckle doesn't have much attacking prowess, so. Alright, who do we pick up this time? Shuckle again. If we get the Toxic here, if it confuses itself, it'll damage itself, so I think there's value. There's also... No, I like the Parting Shot way better, actually. That's fine. Safe switch in for Grimmsnarl. Just running out of Pokemon to swap in. It's going to swap here. But if it doesn't, I want to hit. Yeah. Cool. I'll take the AI getting a little wishy-washy at the end any day. That's not good. Yep. Mission accomplished. We got the max mushrooms out of it. Alright, 3 down, so max revives are the cheaper alternative. And we get G-Max Grimmsnarl. So we've maxed out all the potential of this team. There are no more extra forms or anything that still doesn't kill. What is the new ability? Priority to a status move. Interesting. So T-Wave now has priority. I don't really feel like reviving. So let's just get the swap. Much better. We have to be careful here because, spoiler alert, the 200th Pokemon has an ability to like steal your items. So you don't want to have too much crazy stuff and they can be stolen from you. And we all know I'm a sucker for the egg vouchers. Got quite a few of them too. Alright, I am liking this team going into that's worthless. Going into 200 here. Okay. Let's heal everybody up. We're going to pick the X attack when that's going to be our item, but we need to make sure everything is good to go for then. Since I know what the last one is, I won't spoil it. But I'll just get my moveset ready for what the last encounter is. Usually I swap it up so that all my moves are sort of for this final encounter because there's nothing else after this fight. Leech Seed, always a great one to bring into this final fight. Defense drops might be nice. Actually, I want that Venoshock back. No knockoff. Yeah, better. All right, here we go. Hopefully it tries to hit me with a fire type move. We'll get a... Nope, it's going poison. Okay, this is going to be a problem. Big ol' problem. Okay, no one's living anything. Okay. This line is definitely a bust. Yeah. Okay. Not a problem. Good. Okay, we are good. Oh, it took the Lumberry. That's going to be a problem. Alright, we can start throwing up statuses now. Nah, I don't think so as well. And it has the leftovers now. Yeah. Okay. We're there. We're there. We just need it to not get the leftovers, and we need to get out of this first bit a little bit more clean. Oh, we are not getting lucky. We are not getting lucky here. I forget if the leech seed resets after the first phase or not. But I know the status conditions do. Man, and we can't land a damn attack to save our lives. So we're just going to have to sit here and keep trying this. Go paralyze. Alright, let's see if the leech seed sticks around. I think it does. No. We didn't get leech seed heal on that. I don't understand why parting shot failed there. Yeah, none of this makes any sense. Let's get Grimstone out of there. Okay, that's so far a good line. It's going to use Flamethrower. Now it's going to use Sludge Bomb. Yeah, and that's going to land. Damn it. Why is it acting like it's got prankster immunity? I don't understand that. It shouldn't have prankster immunity. Because then that's why all these moves are failing. And I wouldn't be able to toxic it either. Maybe that was because it wasn't the first turn for fake out. Maybe that was my problem. No, I'm not sure what to do here. Okay, it worked that time. Strange. Alright, we need to get our residual damages up, and the paralyze wasn't it. Let's just run this back. We need Toxic and Leech Seed in the back half of this fight, not the front half. And I like having Dodrio around in the end, but This guy gets paralyzed right there. Then he uses Sludge Bomb. Then he uses Flamethrower. But then this is gonna hit. Maybe we just try for Toxic in the back half and get the Leech Seed up here. Yeah. Oh man, if nothing's gonna hit, like there's nothing more I can do. All right, let's get Grafai in here. Into the leftovers first damn thing. Okay, we got the Toxic. That's something. And now we just sit here and stall with Grafai here. Okay. I'm liking the setup here. And with Prankster, all these status moves will go first. Shouldn't matter. Game. Whew. All right, and then everybody gets a ribbon if they beat it the first time. And just like that, we are back at the beginning. And we could do a brand new run with a brand new team. Thank you for taking the time to come with me on this journey, learn a little bit more about roguelikes and roguelites. We'll be having a further discussion when we convene next for Enter the Gungeon, followed by some TMNT Splintered Fate and some Sifu for the month of May. So look forward to those, and look forward to the piece on the website 404ethannotfound.com. I have been 404 Ethan Not Found. Have a good day.